Good. Okay, so we had an issue earlier. I had a couple people on, and we were still talking. And
Okay.
I made the account for this meeting, and Louisa and Victor had to join another meeting, and so
Okay.
it kicked us out.
Okay. Okay. Oh, they're using the same account for or the same meeting
Yeah,
number for a different meeting. Okay. Okay.
yeah. Well, we learned
Okay.
that lesson.
Do they need this now? Do we have to log off so they can use it?
No, no, we're gonna continue. So you can share your screen now.
Okay.
I will I can't. So what I'll do is I'll just have myself on mute and turn off my camera,
Okay.
and people will join. I have to redirect them to this new. Um, I mean, they can still join on the same link, but you can go
Okay.
ahead and then people will join. I told them that you were going to be on at 11:30, so we have a couple people that are going to come on and watch you do your thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll share now. Okay. That sounds good. Oh, hey, Brenda.
Yep.
Oh, it says
I
I'm trying to share and it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, I just did that and I'm going to make you a host right now
Okay.
so that you can work on whatever you need to do, if you need to mute someone and things like
Oh, I haven't ever done that before. I'll see how I can do it if I mute somebody else. Okay.
that.
Hopefully I just won't. Hopefully I won't need to. I'll just keep going.
Yeah.
Look good. Good. Good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. Cool. I just want to make sure I was on the right screen. Good. Good.
Yeah, no, it looks great and it's live streaming on the website too so people can see us and
Okay.
listen to us.
Cool. 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 Thanks.
Hey, James. Just testing this out.
Hey, how's it going there?
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to give this a test. That's pretty cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm working on refinements to some building types here for Neptune Beach. Taking
Nice.
in, we've been getting feedback in terms of building scale and character and so forth. So I'm making
Hey,
some
James.
custom types. Hey there. How's it going there?
Good.
Good.
I just wanted to give this a test.
Is that
Cool.
Victor? Who do we have there? I'm working on refinements to some building types here for Neptune Beach. And we've been getting feedback in terms of building scale and character and so forth. So I'm
Hey, James.
Hey there.
How's it going there?
Good.
Just wanted to give this a test.
Is that Victor? Who do we have there?
hour, okay?
Okay.
Hi guys.
I'll come in a minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay, good.
But something's happening with the controller. Mi sem látunk titeket. De halljuk még. Na várj, Gergő, visszahívtok? Okay. What the hell is it? Jó.
Craig is now streaming live on YouTube. Can anybody hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Oh, hey, buddy. My video doesn't work, or it doesn't seem to be clicking on. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I'm in the cloud, but
Okay,
or
no
maybe
worries.
you got me silent. So what's going on? If I may interrupt.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm working on early stages of some modeling of the site I'm working on right now is the Kmart site, actually. So we're doing some different scenarios for that. And basically the idea is taking and trying to three-dimensionalize some of the ideas that we had heard last night. So one of the things that folks were talking about was making the Kmart site more walkable so that it could connect in with the town center. And so,
Do we have children in your background or somebody else's background?
Oh, that might be my background. Let me see. You know the microphone is picking that up.
Don't you have a mute button for them?
Oh, for that, I wish, right?
It's so easy to pick one out.
I know. I must not have the right model. Yeah, ours didn't come with the mute button.
Right. So go ahead then. So my name is Mary Frozio, and you John, right?
James.
James. Hey, James. So
Hey,
go
Mary.
back to what you in your modeling potential Kmart ideas. Is that right?
Yeah, we had some really great ideas that came out last night from the hands-on session, and so this is I'll rotate it so the plan is basically north up. So you can see where the existing Kmart mall is. The Neptune Beach.
Where is it?
Right here. This is the Neptune Beach Plaza. I can turn off the new stuff. Let's see. Yeah, this is kind of the making sausage part of the process here. It's like the model's not cleaned up. It's just I'm really just making it rough here. But let me see. I can turn off some of the stuff that I've got here.
Yeah, I'm looking at what appears to be a street, single family homes and streets and all.
Here you go. This is basically existing conditions here. So you can see the existing parking lot of the Neptune Beach Plaza is right here in the center. And then this big white.
Wait, hold on, buddy. Hold on.
Sure.
Your screen is not being shared to me. I have a static screen that shows, you know what? I think I'm going to get off this. I have Zoom app off of the cloud. So let me get off the cloud and come back on. I think we had some issues with that. All right. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Connection. Okay. Thanks, Mary. Talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, James, I'm back.
Hey, Mary, how are you?
Well, thank you. So it's the same image I see, but maybe I'll see your movements.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me see. Let's see. Hopefully it's streaming out. Let's see. Let's see. I'll move it around a little. See if it's showing. Does that show?
No, no, I'm still seeing the same street scene with the
Oh.
with kind of a orangey yellow a townhouse or home in the front.
It's interesting. Let me see what's been shared here. Let me double check.
It says
Let's
I'm
see.
viewing your screen.
Let's see. How about this right here? Oh, maybe it was doing the other one. Let's see. How does this? Is this showing?
There
up
you
now?
go. There you go.
Now it's moving. Okay, good. There
Yep.
we go. Okay. Yeah, so this is idea 3. We're basically 3-dimensionalizing some of the ideas we had heard last night. Let me turn the layers off here. I can show you kind of from existing conditions. Let's see.
This has got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is getting to look at things 3-dimensionally like this.
Yeah.
And this is north up now. So this is Atlantic Boulevard running east to west.
Right.
And then turning into the A1A. And looking down, this is the Kmart site, the Neptune Beach Plaza site.
Correct.
Kmart is right here, the larger box, and
Yep.
the parking field is in front. So one of the things we had heard about last night was the idea of trying to see if it's possible to connect the Kmart site, the Neptune Beach Plaza site, with the existing town center in a walkable way. If it's possible to kind of stitch the two together, increase the walkability over here, and then make it possible to connect one to the other much more seamlessly. And so one of the first things that I started to look at was opportunities for street connections. Right now, in terms of sidewalk connections, it's basically just down Atlantic. There, you can see here there are sidewalks running down the side of the street.
Right.
And so one of the ideas that came out last night was, what about Lemon? Lemon is right here.
Yes.
And if it were possible to also connect that in a much more seamless way. Right now, it functions a little bit. You can see it here. It's kind of just a vehicular street and kind of an informal street.
Right.
So the thought was, what if it had the ability to have sidewalks? And this is still really rough, and so I'm working on how to figure it out. But basically, this is showing a protected bikeway. That's what the darker brown stripes are here. Is a protected
Okay,
bikeway.
cool.
And so that is showing, it's a 2-way. You can see it's 2 lanes, one each direction, and then the lighter kind of beige color is sidewalk, pedestrian sidewalk, and then the green lines are planting strips for trees, for street trees. That was one of the other big ideas that we heard. We heard that a lot last night as well. The idea of shade and street trees and so forth.
Yeah, sure.
So some of so this is basically looking at the actual alignments at scale then to see if it's possible to connect Lemon through. And then it's interesting, if you look at the map too, Lemon picks all the way up again over close to Penman. This is actually
Right.
an existing section of Lemon way over here.
Yep.
And so the thought was, is it possible to connect all the way from A1A over to Penman, hypothetically, someday, there's multiple properties and multiple property owners between the two, but just geometrically, is it possible to connect? And so this is showing one idea for how a connection like that could conceivably happen.
Mhm.
And the thought here is as much as possible to place the alignment on existing drive aisles through the parking lots, so that if, for example, only one piece happened initially, for example, if the Neptune Beach Plaza site were to redevelop and idea for Lemon were to be implemented there, placing it in a location that even if the next parcel over doesn't redevelop it in concert with that, may happen completely different time
Right.
frames with different owners and so forth. The alignment is in a useful location still. So the thought here is to basically use the drive aisles that are hugging the fronts of the box stores, which basically essentially bisects these sites front to back. That's in a pretty good central location. If you look at the whole depth of the parcel, all the way from Atlantic all the way to the back property line, not bad in terms of the block depths that remain. These are pretty normal urban block depths, which allow us to have buildings fronting the streets on all sides and still room for back of house stuff in the mid block location.
Do you see any problem with when you're coming and going out of the grocery stores, that you're going to be
Yeah.
coming, I mean, I know currently that exists with the regular in and out of traffic, but then making this a bona fide road, I don't know, maybe it's better, maybe it's worse, maybe it's indifferent.
Well, one of the thoughts here was to a couple of thoughts in terms of that. One of the things that you can see here again is that extension of Lemon all the way through, and then also a series of cross streets that are connecting in between Atlantic and that Lemon connection running all the way through. So the thought is to increase connectivity of the network all the way through.
All the way across Atlantic, then you're talking about going to the other side, right, where these streets continue.
Not necessarily. Atlantic is such a kind of a heavily traveled thoroughfare. There are spacing requirements in terms of full intersections if you wanted to continue to the other side. But there are some spots where it would be useful. So right here, for example, you can see basically following existing curb cuts largely where I can turn the streets off and back on again. You can see I'm essentially putting them largely where existing curb cuts are. So you can see here's one, another right here. So I'm basically locating those streets where possible where existing curb cuts already are. So not changing very much at all the flow into and out of the parcels here on the south side of Atlantic. In some locations, those curb cuts do already line up with things on the north side of Atlantic. But you can see, for example, in this location, it's actually not a full movement intersection. There's basically just a right-in the turn movements in and out, right in, right out, basically to the south side, and then the same thing essentially occurring on the north side, but there's not a cross movement. So that is a second issue that would need to be just examined, which we're looking at. We've got transportation engineers as part of the team looking at the details of those sorts of things this week also, as we're looking at big picture things like street connectivity overall and getting things to connect those small details, like is it possible to do a full circulation intersection in any of these locations, or would it remain right in, right out? Those kind of questions we're looking at also in terms of greater level of detail. This is a full movement intersection over here that you can see the street lights over here in this location. And so conceivably that could remain a signalized intersection. So lots of questions about the details in terms of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
There's another location where it's lining up with the street up on the north side. And currently it's, again, not a signalized intersection there, but could it be? That's a good question.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe you don't want another dangerous location to be trying to cross.
In the relieving the main, this main intersection between Atlantic Avenue or Atlantic Boulevard rather, and A1A, there's a lot of traffic movement that goes around that corner. So one of the benefits of that idea of connecting the network is that it gives the opportunity to start relieving some of the traffic pressure that's occurring there. At least some of it could take one of this parallel route. Lemon running through basically essentially forms a parallel route to those thoroughfares making that main intersection. So if, for example, you're traveling.
Yeah. I get it. So you would be using it as a shortcut with multiple exits. I don't know if we essentially, I don't know. I mean, I guess that alleviates, we don't want people making it a shortcut. They might come speeding through trying to, beat the light, but I get easing the demand and giving some alternatives. I mean, I guess that exists today, really does exist today, James. I mean, it would have been more true probably when there was, it exists today, but I don't think anybody's considering it a shortcut.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of, and it would probably continue to have that. It's a lot of what's called visual friction on that route right now. So, for example, if you wanted to take Lemon, it's possible today to take Lemon. You could go through the parking lot, for example, of the Neptune Beach Plaza, and then get to that Lemon alignment, and then connect over to A1A. If you're traveling eastbound, for example, and then want to go southbound, you could cut through there. It's a more circuitous route than just going on Atlantic and then down on A1A. So it essentially is a relatively traffic calmed route in that way. It causes people to move more circuitously and more slowly. It's not exactly a straight shot. But for people who know that it's there, if there were a backup occurring here at the main intersection, it does give you a relief valve there. It's basically another possible way to
That's
go.
true. That's true.
So that's the thought here is making sure that the streets would remain traffic calmed in terms of the size. Adding things like street trees and on-street parking, that sort of thing can give visual friction to keep the traffic moving slowly. And also you can see there's some of the natural kind of quirks in the geometry here, Lemon, as it winds its way between existing buildings, for example. It's already got these kind of quirks to the alignment. Those bends are all useful for helping the traffic calm as well. You know, they close down the view as you're looking out the windshield, and just taking those bends around are all helpful in terms of that collection of things that can help calm the traffic. Yeah, I'll turn the trees on here. I started placing trees too.
Cool.
So once you start adding trees along the streets, yeah, it starts to and things like this. This is an idea, for example, of a public space that could happen as part of that street network. So the cars moving around that public space again would take a few jogs to get around. So all of those things would help to make sure that the traffic is moving slow and then at speeds that are.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I've been to places recently. I guess it was in the north or it was in Europe, but it was very similar. You know, it was just like that. Actually, you could have made the shortcuts, but it really wasn't a speedy shortcut. It's just another way.
Yeah. And that kind of local and well-connected street network is one of the great opportunities for dispersing traffic. You know, they find places that have a really robust network tend to have lower traffic amounts on each individual street, just because there are more options and more ways for people to go.
And this could be, I'm sure that this has already been thought about, but this also is going to alleviate some of the concerns that a TLM or Tribridge has about, you know, their business being at the back of the property and not visible from Atlantic. And it's driving traffic, not only to them, but also to any businesses that are going to be there. That could be beneficial to them.
That's right. Yeah, and that idea of connecting two major thoroughfares, connecting Atlantic and A1A, which both get a lot of traffic. The idea of creating this distribution of traffic between two major thoroughfares is a great thing in terms of visibility for those uses that might be at the back. That gets better and better also as Lemon would connect across multiple properties. You know, if it did connect all the way over from Penman across, that would be even better in terms of circulation. People going northward on Penwood could come straight across and use that route, and so it becomes.
Well, I mean, I use that route. I already use that route. So if I'm on Penman and I want to go, I'll take Lemon to go to the tire store, or sometimes I'll cut through just to miss the light. But it's not necessarily a faster route, but I will use that route. So yeah, okay,
yeah, exactly.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. So that's the initial thought in terms of the street network. Oh, yeah, I mentioned in terms of public spaces. I'm showing an example of one happening here deeper into a property, and then I'm showing a couple of examples here right along Atlantic. And the idea with this is to create opening view windows to more of the uses on the site. So, for example, these long public spaces that run parallel to Atlantic, uses that front onto those would have kind of a great address. It creates an opportunity for, you can see this one-way parallel road, which would have on-street parking. It creates an opportunity.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I lost you. Just, can you zoom out just a little bit? Let me see where I am. I kind of lost where I was.
Yeah, this is looking now southward. I flipped it around. So this is now Atlantic running this way, and then A1A is heading off this way, and the water would be to your left.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and then, I see. Okay, I'm with you now. And then that's the Kmart parking lot. So go ahead then. I got you.
Yeah, and so that's the Kmart mall site in the back there. And so one of the things I'm showing here is taking the frontages along Atlantic and taking one block and pushing it further back behind the green space. You can see there's kind of a long linear green park here.
Yeah.
It's narrow enough that you can see right across it if there were businesses on the back side of it. But that bit of green creates a great kind of a front door and a front address for businesses that otherwise would be fronting just directly onto Atlantic. It creates an opportunity to have a public space that they front onto, as well as still receiving visibility from Atlantic. So showing that in a couple of locations, that strategy. And by doing a frontage like that, pulling back and creating a public space, it also creates the opportunity for some great corner sites. You can see we've got exposed corners here. And those corner sites end up being really valuable for a commercial because of the increased visibility that they get. You get essentially kind of, you can see it occurring here. If you're looking down Atlantic, you get longer views of shop fronts wrapping around the corner. And so this gives an opportunity to create a few different key corner sites as you move down Atlantic.
Cool.
And so in addition to the great visibility, they also get that front door looking right out into the green space. And so the next thing I started to do was I'm gonna do a few different drafts of this with different kinds of mixes and characters and so forth. But started to do some placeholder buildings. Let me turn those on for you. So in this version, this is showing at scale some walkable commercial buildings
Cool.
along those street frontages. So you can see it really starts to feel like a nice place once the stuff is happening on the ground plane in terms of the streets and so forth to create a public space like this one back here. And then the buildings form the edges of the public space and help to activate it. And so it starts to feel like a comfortable place to get out and stroll once those ingredients are combined.
I was just in a place like this in Alpharetta, Georgia, started with an A. You know what I'm
Okay.
talking about?
I'm not sure. Starts with an A.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't think of it, but anyway, it was very similar. It's really cool. It had a cinema but it had this same feel.
Yeah, there are a lot of good examples of this kind of a combination of ingredients, different places around the country now. You know, a lot of commercial properties have begun to incorporate outdoor public spaces like this in order to increase kind of people strolling around and creating destination value.
Right. I mean, even Walmart's putting that in some of their buildings.
That's
Have you
right.
heard of that?
Yeah, I've seen examples of those. Yeah, where they're basically creating kind of experience for people who are heading into the store. They've got
Outdoor experience. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, and it works out great too if there are restaurants, that sort of thing. They can do outdoor dining and give people ambiance as they walk past those things into the front door.
Yeah.
That essentially would be a format a little bit like this. I can turn back on the original box. In a lot of those town centers, let's see, let me turn it on. There we go. So that's the Kmart box back there. And so what a lot of those town centers are doing is exactly what you're saying. They basically create a walkable environment that's leading to the front door of the anchor box. And so this is where the existing entrance of the Kmart box is, basically at the backside of where that square is.
Mm-hmm.
And so it creates a great experience, and then it gives it essentially what functions as signage for the box out on the main road, because just the three-dimensional form of the buildings creates something that's a real landmark as you're traveling along, for example, Atlantic in this case. You'd recognize not just the words on a sign, but you start to recognize the place here. You recognize that public space. It's essentially kind of functioning a bit like
it has paths, right? It's bike paths. Those are all bike or walkable paths in front.
That's right. Yeah, the kind of beige colors here, that's the sidewalk in this image.
Sidewalk.
Yeah, this darker brown color is asphalt, and then you can see this even darker brown is on-street parking. I need to get cleaned up right here. I basically just don't have the street broken through. I'm cleaning up a lot of little details like that. But yeah, and then the light beige is sidewalk. And then, as you can see, as I mentioned before, this darker brown color is what I'm using to indicate bicycle path right now. So I'm showing a bicycle path on Lemon, two-way bicycle path running all the way across.
Cool.
And that would basically give you access all the way from, if that bicycle path were done, it would give you access all the way from First Street and the beach area, all the way through the core of all of these properties. And so really connecting all of these places, both with car, but also with walking and bicycling, all the way to the beach.
So let's see that view from Atlantic, just kind of looking at the whole thing, that street view you gave us of the front.
This side. Here we go.
Yeah, like sort of looking at it down. We're on the street.
Yeah, or like go a little lower. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's showing the buildings with vocabulary to create good neighbors in terms of people walking by. So a lot of shop front glass, for example. So they're interesting things for people to look at. Shade for pedestrians. So sidewalks like this, for example, this sidewalk could go all the way to the front of the building. So a nice wide sidewalk, and then street trees on the outboard side typically to give protection from moving cars, and also plenty of shade. So the trees are regularly spaced to keep the canopies as close together as possible and give as continuous a shade canopy as possible.
Are
And
there
then-
that outdoor capability for dining or?
Sure, yeah. I just haven't added those details. I'm really just doing some of the bigger stuff right now, but absolutely. Yeah, and you can see where I'm starting to pull buildings back enough to make sure that there's enough sidewalk width. So this is a 6-foot minimum sidewalk shown here, just as part of the street, that beige color. And so for outdoor dining, you really want to have a good amount wider than that. So I'm starting to pull the buildings back, and I'm going to widen the sidewalks back to the buildings to create even extra space. And this building, for example, has got a little notch on the corner, so it starts to create a space out there for multiple outdoor dining tables. That could be a great, really wide sidewalk for that. Some courtyard spaces that would be great for outdoor dining also. So this is an example of a building that has shop fronts that wrap into a courtyard. And then so the courtyard like this could be full of outdoor dining tables as well. And you could have tables in there. And so that would be, connecting right out here with the sidewalk and having a flow that goes right into the courtyard there. So that'd be a great kind of a
Yeah.
space within a space for outdoor dining, which could feel really nice as well.
Cool. I didn't mean to eat up of everyone's time. I don't know who's on the call, but I'll stop talking.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I got a few folks. So yeah, looking at different versions of this. So this is showing commercial out along the Atlantic frontage largely, and then this is starting to look at alternate uses deeper in. So where there's less visibility on Atlantic, this is showing what could be offices or potentially even residential further in.
You mean like where the actual Kmart building is currently?
It's possible, the Kmart building is right back here, so I haven't started to show what could occur if that gets redeveloped also, but it would likely make sense, that there are different ways something like this could phase. And so it's possible that a piece of that could remain. For example, I mentioned if there were a box there, that there could be just a piece of this walkable entrance, for example, leading to a remaining box, and then maybe part of the existing buildings further down get redeveloped as part of that. And conceivably maybe a big piece of this parking field remains for the near term, and it's just this piece that's forming a walkable front door. And then slowly over time you can phase additional pieces in to increase the walkability.
So can you just show that street view one more time? I see Lauren's come in. I know she's gonna be interested in just seeing the street view, James,
Sure.
of what you just showed me. They've sort of added some ideas for the Kmart location.
That's right. So this is showing right in the foreground. Actually, let me go back up and I can orient again from north up. I'll click back through those layers too, so you can see the existing conditions. That might be easiest.
So that big white building at the bottom left is the Kmart.
That's right. Let me zoom out all the way so we can see all the way over to the first.
Right. There you go.
So yeah, on the right-hand side, running east to west here, you can see Atlantic. And then you can see where it bends and turns into A1A.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see all the way over to First Street in this location. And then this street running parallel to Atlantic is Lemon.
Got it.
And so we were discussing, one of the ideas that came out from last night was to see if it's possible to stitch together the Neptune Beach Plaza, the Kmart site, with the existing town center in a walkable way. Right now they feel a bit divorced from one another. They're separated by A1A, and it's possible to walk along Atlantic where there are sidewalks, but there's not a lot of other connectivity other than by car right now between the two parcels. So the exercise here, what I'm working on is basically seeing if it's possible to create a stitching together of those two so they feel more seamless.
So I have a question about that. How is that like, I guess when I look at this and I think about if I were standing in town center now and I were going to cross the street to go over to 500 Atlantic.
Yeah.
I don't like, I guess I can't envision, and I'm not an urban planner, how that would be sort of seamless because you're passing by a care spot. You have a Walgreens, you have like all of these and a CVS, you have all these like standalone awkward things sort of in between there.
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces. You know, there are a lot of different properties and a lot of different property owners, and so any change that would occur wouldn't happen likely in one shot. You know, it would basically be a lot of small incremental pieces. I'll show you right now. One of the thoughts we had though was if the Neptune Beach Plaza site is one of the earlier movers in terms of having something occur there. They've got an interesting connection, both the parking lot entrances directly onto Atlantic, but also this connection to Lemon that runs out to A1A is quite interesting because it aligns with Lemon over on the other side of A1A, and then which goes all the way over to First Street and then all the way over to the beach. So that parallel route, that parallel connection of Lemon through actually could be quite useful in addition to the connections directly along Atlantic. So let me show you an idea for a kind of an armature of street connections. So this is kind of a draft of what would happen if Lemon were turned into, right now it's kind of a very informal kind of an autoway that runs through. There's not even a sidewalk along it. Currently, it's kind of an alleyway that runs through and connects in terms of its configuration. So this is showing what would happen if Lemon still accommodated automobiles, but also had the darker brown lines here are bike path, two-way bike path. And then the kind of light beige is indicating sidewalks, so pedestrian sidewalks and bike path. And then the green lines here are planting strips that are wide enough for street trees. So providing shade for pedestrians or cyclists who are using it as well. So then looking at the existing alignment of Lemon as it winds between the current properties, you see there's the Lemon as it currently exists kind of winds through here. Which, you know, we were discussing is actually a useful thing in terms of traffic calming to have those kind of bends to the street. So that actually is being just preserved here in this draft. And so one question is on A1A, is it possible to get an additional, if nothing, a pedestrian activated signal to get across here? That would be a very useful thing if we're trying to create that parallel route to get from the Neptune Beach Plaza properties down to the First Street and the end of the water and so forth. So that is an important link right there, which is something we're going to need to investigate during the course of the week here. Once you're to the west side of A1A, the idea is to see if it's possible to create a connected network to help make it easy to find for a person to find their way all the way from Atlantic through the site and then over to A1A. So you can see here, the idea is to create a pretty straightforward network of blocks and streets, creating some special moments here. So you can see that this is an idea for a public space, for example. So it would create a gathering.
Moments? Did you say
say again, I couldn't hear you.
Did you say special moments?
Right. The idea is, that what's currently, maybe hard to imagine now, right? With it all being
I've heard of precious moments.
Okay.
It's funny.
Yeah, basically places where people would want to be, places where people would want to spend time and it's interesting. It's sometimes hard to imagine with something like a large aging surface parking field like this that it really doesn't feel like it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's possible to really transform a piece of ground that's currently being used for something like that into something completely different, just by combining the right ingredients together.
Yeah.
So this is showing the idea of ground plane, the creating a public space, for example, an area might have landscaping, and then bounding that by really traffic calmed street running around it that has wide sidewalks. And so starting with that kind of basically pattern, the armature of street and block pattern. So creating these street connections, and also trying to make sure, as I'm going through here, measuring to make sure that the remaining blocks that are between those streets are basically normal sized, so that it's possible to do real buildings with their parking and so forth in those locations. And so that's kind of the first move, is basically figuring out logical looking block and street network. This is, as we were talking about earlier, this draft is showing what would occur if Lemon actually connected all the way through across all these multiple properties eventually, and made its way all the way over to Penman. So there's a little bit of Lemon existing over here with an intersection of Penman, and then there's the other piece of Lemon over next to A1A. And what would occur if parcel by parcel over time, as different redevelopments happen, if there were connectivity between them to create a Lemon that connects all the way across. And it wouldn't necessarily need to connect as a straight shot, so this is showing bending it here and there, which again is useful for traffic calming. It's useful that it feels legible, that it's not so circuitous that if someone would get lost doing that, but having some bends and turns to it is actually quite useful for making sure that it's slow moving. And then this is also showing connecting from Lemon back out to Atlantic, again, to create that regular network of blocks. And then basically these regular connections also would help to distribute any traffic. Creating network is a kind of one of the best antidotes to congestion, is creating extra connectivity so that there can be distribution of traffic across a network. Anytime there's only one street, basically there's a vulnerability that one street is gonna get congested and back up. And so just creating parallel routes and connectivity, a grid or a network. It doesn't have to be a regular square grid. You can see here it's got lots of little bends and things to it. But anytime there's a connection, a network of multiple streets that interconnect, that distribution of traffic starts to occur, and that's a powerful thing.
I think that does a lot of things, Lauren. It gives Trowbridge traffic coming through it. The fear, of course, of being in the back of that property is that you're not going to be seen from the front of the property. That gives them, traffic coming by it. And if Atlantic Boulevard and at 3rd Street goes down into a 2-lane situation, or some sort of new way to slow down traffic by having less lanes, then that does give you some more connectivity. So I kind of like it. Sounds pretty plausible to me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the major concerns are traffic and people not even feeling comfortable crossing, 3rd or Atlantic as it stands now.
Right.
Well, yeah, right. That needs to be addressed in an entirely different way. How do we get across? Because when you develop 500 Atlantic, they're coming, they're walking. So it's just, how do we make it safe? Right. Yeah.
How does this occur? How do these crossings occur? And this is another big design question up here, right where this bend is occurring. Not very pedestrian friendly in its current format. And what can be done about that? So that's we've got people in the team looking at those details also during the course of the week here. So we're gonna have some different ideas for how that can happen. That's important. Those are critical links here. What happens as you cross it? A1A, to stitch those two pieces together. The east side and the west side. So absolutely, yeah, that's a critical piece of this. And then the next step I'm starting to look at here, I'll turn the trees on. I started to place trees. So again, creating streets that really feel good to pedestrians and cyclists with basic hardware for walkability, good wide sidewalks and shade. And then the next thing I'm starting to look at is multiple options for how 3-dimensional buildings could come in. What kinds of buildings, what kinds of mix of uses, and so forth. I'll turn on the one I've started up so far. So this is showing, again, trying to increase the walkability of the area with those connected streets and the street trees and hardware and so forth for walkability. And then this shows building types that also have basic hardware for walkability. So the idea of shop front windows, for example, adjacent to the sidewalk. So plentiful glass that gives used for pedestrians to look in at things for sale. For example, if it's commercial, the idea of providing shade for pedestrians on the building itself. So things like awnings or canopies and so forth in Florida sun really helpful to make sure that pedestrians are feeling comfortable.
Isn't that an interesting idea that he's got to put, I just want to show it, highlight it, this area in front of the property that's skirting along Atlantic. That's an interesting concept, putting all that walkable and green space in front of the building, setting everything back a little bit and not making it parking lots in the front. That's an interesting concept.
Agree.
Yeah, a couple spots where I'm showing that strategy. So I'm showing it on 2 different properties here. This idea of taking at least a portion of the frontage and pulling it back behind this linear green space.
Mhm.
And the idea with that is the green space is shallow enough north to south here that there's still really clear views to businesses that might be on the back side of that. So it's really not that far over there. But those businesses, as a result of having a green space, have a great address. They've got this public space to look out onto, in addition to the visibility they're getting from Atlantic, which is really critical for businesses. The idea of having a great address and great front door that we can step out into, that's a gathering space, especially for pedestrians. You know, if this is meant to be a place where pedestrians feel really comfortable, allowing people to feel really comfortable out here right in front of those shop fronts where the foot traffic is really critical in terms of customer base, is an important part of all of this. And then also that, for example, you can see this little parallel street that's running on the backside of the square is really helpful for details like giving extra on-street parking right in front of those shop fronts as well. You know, it's difficult to do on-street parking on a street that is as high speed as Atlantic. But this is showing a kind of very slow moving parallel street there, which could just be a one-way, this back little connection on the backside of the square. And then you could have on-street parking much more easily there, right in front of the shop fronts.
Kind of like this town center, sort of.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then starting to show some ideas for improving the feel of Atlantic itself. So this is basically showing what would happen if there were street trees out there. You know, I'm only on one side so far, but just something like that, especially if they're between the sidewalk and the travel lanes. That's a great spot for the trees to be because they provide plentiful shade, but they also provide a feeling of protection for pedestrians. It gives them something between them and the moving cars. And then regularly spaced shade trees along a big thoroughfare like that really start to help give a shape to the space and visually contain it.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, you know, buildings are set really far back from the street. It creates a feeling of an even higher speed, kind of a thoroughfare. So just doing regularly spaced shade trees along the edge can start to give a shape to the space and make it feel a bit more like a public space, which oftentimes helps to slow the traffic a bit too. So yeah, a few next steps I'm going to be exploring here. I'm going to be looking at some different mixes in terms of uses and so forth that could populate these blocks. And then also I'm going to look at what would happen long term if this entire site developed. So if the existing buildings, the existing Kmart weren't there, again, that connected Lemon is basically bisecting the site north to south. So there's the other half. What would occur? There's a creekway, for example, a canal that runs along the very back property line. Mm-hmm. So basically that area from Lemon over to the canal, what could that be if it became part of this walkable network? Mm-hmm. So that's a next step in terms of some of the things I'm going to be taking a look at here as well.
Are you seeing connectivity along the ditch or along the canal?
That's there's some interesting questions with that. You know, it could be a great feature in terms of something to walk next to. There's a question in terms of the uses, the houses that are on the other side. That's basically the back side of these houses. Right. You can see the pools and so forth. So one of it creates a tricky situation in terms of front and back grammar. You can see in the new blocks and streets that we're creating here, one of the things that is really useful is to have, generally speaking, front-facing fronts across public spaces. So you can see here, each time you with this kind of regular network of blocks and streets, when buildings kind of ring the edges of each of these blocks, what you end up with is the streets in between those blocks basically have front-facing fronts across them.
Mhm.
And that tends to feel really comfortable in terms of a public space, having front-facing fronts. There's kind of presentation faces of the buildings on both sides of the street, forming a public space. So over here, there's a tricky situation along that canal where it's basically the backs of those houses, the kind of the private side, the back side facing toward the canal. So that's a question for right here. How much would we want to front directly toward that?
Right.
So yeah, if we had a very strong kind of a feeling of frontage right toward that, it could kind of create a feeling where people are looking from the new development right into the private side of those houses. So
But
I
if
think,
you- Yeah,
uh-huh.
not so much behind the Kmart building, but along the ditch, not behind, but it comes into Lemon. I have a
Yeah.
2 o'clock call I got to jump on. I'm very fascinated and very interested in this. I'm coming back as soon as I get off this other call.
Oh, that's great. Thanks so much. Great
Yeah,
talking
it's
with you.
super cool, James. Thank you. It's fascinating. I got to jump. See you, bye.
Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye.
Am I still on or did I go away?
You're
Oh,
still,
you're still there. Hey, Mary.
Okay, hold on. I didn't go anywhere. Oh, by the way, do I look like I'm lying on the beach?
You do. You do.
All right, see you later. Bye. Leave.
I have to jump off as well. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for being with us. Yeah, good talking to you.
Hey, Brenda, can you hear me? Or has she
Oh,
stepped?
she's there. She's on mute. She might have stepped away from the computer, but I see she's on mute right now.
I'm
she's
supposed
logged
to
on now.
attend
She's
this.
logged
I
on.
think I'm supposed to attend this street technical meeting. How do I attend it?
It would have been a meeting link. Yeah, she's the one who would make sure that she's the one who's been sending out those links. Yeah, so she would have sent in the invitation for that meeting. There should be a separate link for that.
I need to look for an email from Brenda then. Hang
I would
on.
do that. Yeah, typically in the email there'll be a link directly to that meeting, and that'll take you right there.
Okay.
I can send you a link to that meeting now too, Steve. I can send it to your chat box, to the chat box. Would that
Yep.
help?
Oh, she sent me a lot of emails.
Transportation and streets. Okay. Here's a link.
Oh, I just closed it. Hang on. Okay. Did you guys figure out how to host more than one Zoom meeting at a time?
Oh, we haven't done more than one meeting at the same time yet. James, have you done any meeting more than one?
I haven't done myself more than one at a time, but I know Brenda was looking at, 'cause there's concurrent meetings that are happening.
Oops,
So yeah,
I think I'm getting a phone call from you guys. Thanks. I'm
maybe.
just jumping
Okay.
off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Take care. Hey Sue, are you here to take over? Do you want to stream from your computer?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's almost about time for you. I can share screen here.
Okay, great. Do I need to unshare mine?
Oh no, I can just share mine.
Well, I'll do this. I'll do a stop share on mine. Maybe that. I need to do that first.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yep, it's yours now. I'll go ahead and mute. I'll let you take over. Thanks, Sue.
You're welcome.
Hey, James.
I think James just hop off.
I'm here still.
Oh, is there on?
Hey there.
You can, before you leave, you can make Sue the host.
Oh, do I need to do that from my side? I see her screen already. Where do I do that?
Yeah, so if you leave right now, it would end the entire meeting. So
Okay.
the participants, do you see
Okay.
the participants, and you hover over her where it has her microphone and her video, it'll give you an option for more.
Oh, I see it. Let's see.
And then you can make her the host.
Make host. Okay, here we go. I think that's gonna do it. I think that did it.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I see it now. Yeah, so
All right.
thank you so much for staying on so long.
Oh, sure. No. Hey, do we have any other event for us tonight? Are we doing a get together or anything like that?
Yes, at 5 p.m. We have to do a pinup. So I have to, I'll make a Zoom meeting for that. I'll send it to everyone. And I think during that time, we can just kind of show the rest of the team what what you worked on.
Okay.
And we can, get feedback. It's just supposed to be an hour. It's just so that people can show up and kind of, also give feedback. But I'll send that meeting invite shortly.
Okay. Sounds good. Join you guys then. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Oh, that looks nice, dude.
Pat.
Hello,
Hi, I can hear you today.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Mhm.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, how that happened.
I'm not sure what happened yesterday that you can hear everyone, but we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how many people are on. Okay, 4 people. Yeah, I haven't been able to be on for the last 2 Zoom meetings with you. There's been no voice for me. I don't know what was going on. So all of a
Oh,
sudden,
yeah, I'm glad you figured it out though.
maybe you guys did something different. Who knows?
I promise I didn't do anything to.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So Pat, right now I'm just making a map summarizing about the points we talked about regarding public space and open space right now, like trail improvement, kayak launches, and potential new parks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining.
Yeah. But yeah, let me know if you have anything. Since we didn't get to hear you yesterday, so if you have anything on your mind, feel free to talk to me. So this is showing the trail we talked about yesterday, connecting from
A greenway trail?
the greenway that along the canal, connecting to the school,
Yes, I see.
and then between and in between there will be a waterway to different kayak launches and to connect. What's the name of this road? Kings Road to.
Somewhere,
And,
you know, they're digging those canals, but I think they're somewhere else, so never mind.
mm. I'm also putting potential locations for the marsh walk that we talked about yesterday. The marsh walk.
Okay.
Um,
So I see you have 3rd Street and Florida Boulevard lined in green. What does that mean? A solid green?
oh, this one. So this one I'm showing the streetscape improvements. Like
I'm not drinking wine, I'm drinking tea.
So I'm showing it as a streetscape improvements. Because we talk about, so I'm going to show potential new crossings that we talked about yesterday. Because I think one of the big ideas is to make 3rd Street safer to cross and the Penman.
Okay,
Right. So what I'm going to show is to show the potential new crossings on the street. One of the area we talk about, I know maybe between Bay Street can be a new
yeah, there's one already planned at Bay Street.
right.
There's actually some survey markers. They did some kind of survey. It looks like that's where they planned on putting them. Then I heard from FDOT recently that they weren't going to put them in because there's some problems with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the status is today. They keep going back and forth on them.
Right. So that's definitely.
And then of course, you know, all those people back in that suburb,
Mhm.
it is a very popular crossing, and children cross it too. They're
Right.
going to have to abide by the rules of using the device they're putting in there.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
So Pat, do you live in this area? I remember.
I live very close to there. I use that all the time. I live at the corner of Florida and
Oh,
First Street. I'm on the beach practically. I'm
Oh.
down. Yeah, I'm down here. Can you see me? Where yeah, I'm on this corner.
I
Keep going. Yeah, I'm very close to there.
Oh, right.
I'm right there. Yes, I'm at that corner, but I'm on the other side.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have a very nice spot.
Yeah.
Why would I care about crossing the street? No, I
Yeah.
do care. I do care. We have a cool community.
Right. Do you walk to any stores?
Oh yes, where the Bay Street, where that bay is, just beyond there, to the north, you see 2 little long buildings there. I have a yoga studio that I go to almost every day.
About.
Yeah, right there. Yep, that's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I cross that intersection all the time. And I travel along there, and there's a fence at that corner of Bay and 3rd Street on that southwest corner. And I'm concerned about it, but that's between me and the city. I'm in correspondence with them about that, and with FDOT.
I should use a different symbol.
It blocks the visibility of the sidewalk because of the height.
So is there? I also remember. We talk about the utilizing this public works site.
No, not me. Me? About that?
Well, or maybe someone.
Yeah, I do. Yes, some people, I heard last night they were talking about maybe putting some kind of a, I think Charlie or Zach were talking about possibly putting a launch there at the end of Forest, which would be at the end of that greenway there, where
Right.
the utilities are. Yeah, up some. Well, they was there, and then all the way at the end of that. Yeah, somewhere in there, where you see some. Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's where they were talking about. I think that's city property there.
Mm-hmm.
On that corner,
Right
and
now on the map, it shows,
but it's, I think there's some utility, there's some trucks, and I think the city uses it for utilities too. But there was a senior citizen building there that they took down.
yeah.
But that is something I never thought about that. That was a good idea. I think Zach lives over there,
Oh, yeah.
so that's probably one reason why he is aware of it. I mean, I've been down there many times. I just don't go all the way down to the end.
Mm-hmm. So are you a fan of the March Walk idea, or
Yeah, I think any of that stuff is a great idea. Now, what they haven't done, I mean, I think it's a wonderful idea. I just don't know what that property's like. So I guess if they built across the other side of the intercoastal, I do know all those houses are in a very, I know it's definitely a high tide, low lying area there. So who
so
knows?
maybe it needs to be
Yeah,
inundated?
that would possibly be a very cool place to have I should take a ride down there, maybe today. Ride my.
Hey, do you want to send us some pictures?
Hey, I could do that. Yes, I will do that. Again, when at the meetings back a few months ago, several weeks ago, I didn't think we really had any place for a launch, because they mentioned those other places that you have marked, and I couldn't think of any parking. But that at the end of Forest, that's Forest Street there, that could possibly work for us.
Yeah.
That might be kind of cool.
That's great. Yeah, so I'm going to probably show multiple locations, possible locations for the March Walk, and
Chris, I want you to come and look at this map. You know, I'm on video, by the way, our button is on. So there, she's in the process of mapping out. This is Atlantic Boulevard. This is where Michelle's property is. This is where Summer Sands is and the dog
Mapped
place.
out for what purpose?
Okay, this is a greenway. They're just playing around at this point. This is a greenway. And these are possible marsh walks, a marsh walk, a launch at the end of Forest. This is city-owned property. It's the utility works where the senior citizen center used to be. And then I don't know what about there. And then there's one over here too somewhere. But I don't know. I don't think there's any launch in here, any parking. But I just wanted to point that out to you. I don't know if there's even any land here.
Well, those are marshfront homes or?
Yeah, those are marshfront homes, I guess. So I don't know.
I mean, so there's a road that goes along there.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. Is there? Yeah, I guess so.
There probably are. Those people raise hell.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They would, wouldn't they?
You know, I got my hearing aids in.
Okay, yeah.
Am I speaking too loud?
I got mine in too.
Have it.
Did you hear what my husband had to say?
Yeah, I can hear him.
You can see him too? Oh, no, she can't see. He can. Oh, you didn't know they could hear you? Because I'm afraid to turn it off. Because if I turn it off, I'm afraid I can't turn it back on. He was just saying that he thought those people along the marsh there probably won't be very happy with the path coming in front of their house.
Oh,
That's tough.
In front of their house, probably.
Is that a road? Is that a road there? Is that a road there?
Are you pointing?
Yes. Is there a road there on that greenway? Right there where the arrow is?
Are you talking about the orange lines or?
Yes, I'm talking about access to that, the green dotted line you have there.
Oh, yes.
Is that a road?
This green dotted line, can you see my mouse or?
Is it a virtual trail or is it an actual road?
This one is this one is a not existing, but a possible potential trail.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that my husband automatically had the same reaction I was thinking, was that those homeowners will not want that, but you can put it out there. You'll be fighting.
They don't want to have a connected trail.
You'll be fighting tooth and nail for it because it's. I don't need to go.
So we're in a conversation, I guess. That's a classic conversation between private property and public access that goes on anywhere in the world. But it would be great to have Neptune have some marsh access comparable to what Atlantic Beach has.
That's what they were talking about. Yeah.
But
Right.
it's a long-term effort to achieve that.
Yeah.
We're used to those fights in New England where we live, but they have been successful up there getting trails, reviving old rail trails that cross properties along rivers up near the Canadian border, and they're beautiful and they've been no problem. But it does sometimes take a while to get the homeowners to agree. And with this area like it is, it's not Vermont. So.
Do you used to live in Vermont area?
Yes, I have a home in Vermont. I grew up in Riverside, and I raised my family in Vermont, but I'm a Florida resident, and this is my legal residence. I've owned this property for 30 years. And
Oh, wow.
yeah.
So
So that's why I'm so familiar with a lot of things like the Greenway. Even though I'm a native, I'm up on a lot of more things because I left the area and have lived in New England and used a lot of roundabouts and used to a lot of pedestrian protections. And then I come here and it's a whole different game in Florida. So
yeah, some people don't like having roundabouts in the residential area, which I thought roundabouts are like very.
oh, roundabouts are great when they're not in residential areas, but if people are crossing roundabouts, a lot of people like our area, they're not appropriate. I still laugh when I was listening to Rick Hall and he says, and the car gets on the roundabout and then they use their blinker. And then when they exit, they stop when they see a pedestrian on the crosswalk. And I'm thinking, that doesn't happen in Florida. So, in an ideal world, it does, but. You don't want to say that for dinner? So they have this bike path going down Jarbo Park.
Are you muted?
Oh, no, I'm just. Oh, yeah, that would be great. I like this idea. Let's fight for it. You should see these lots. Oh, I actually think it would be like a boardwalk. These people will never approve of it.
Well, you put it in the plan and it starts the conversation.
When it's right off Atlantic Boulevard and Mayport Road and. This is kind of really interesting, Make a sandwich?
Out of our last English muffin.
It's one hell of a sandwich. I'd heat it up a little bit. They're taking all these measurements and it's fascinating to see how they do this.
Is this a meeting or is she just working?
She's working, but taking input from people.
And being interrupted by you.
Can you guys hear me? Hear me well? Is it very?
I hear you a lot better now.
Oh, great. Okay.
Than I did earlier.
Mm.
Right, this would be really cool. I think they talk about along the Marcia, they talk about boardwalk like it what there would be at Dutton Island. But Chris, come look at this. Are you familiar with, it looks like they built, look how they built out here.
On the other side.
Yes. So is this solid land here?
Well, it's probably all filled land right up to the edge of the marsh.
But
Hi. Hi, Fred.
hey, Zoo, how you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Mhm.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
This is good. Yeah, we just had a good call on the transportation and streets discussion. DOT was there. Yeah. So they're going to provide some concept. I think a little bit of a disconnect between what DOT has in mind for Third and Atlantic. I think versus what I think we're, or at least the group is talking about. So I think it'll be interesting to kind of reconcile that. So they're going to provide some initial concepts that they have looked at to address the turning movements, some of the safety. They have they've proposed a slip lane there for, Atlantic eastbound to southbound 3rd Street, which I don't think is the yeah, just kind of like, a channelized right, which really just means more people are gonna go faster. So I think there's a little bit of a disagreement. Rick was on the call about what that could be, or at least is there a way in which, we look at that and then look at what maybe even a longer term solution is. Because my fear is that they have some money that they spend, I think it's CMAQ funding, that congestion mitigation quality stuff. And it's kind of like use it or lose it. And then, but what ends up happening, you use it, but then it ends up being a scenario that's not the most ideal just because you wanted to spend the available money. So I think we'll have some discussion about that. But overall, I thought it was pretty good. We had Jacksonville on talking about Penman Road. I think they both agreed, that both of the Penman, the 5-way, either the roundabout or the more tighter urban signalized intersection works there as well. So we'll see how that all comes about. But
Yeah,
so
that's
you're
great.
working.
We're having the,
Yeah.
It's great we're having the conversation now.
Yeah. I think, it was kind of good. We just said, let's get everybody in the table. I'm sure we could have went for another hour or so, but at least we've got some introductions made and some open lines of communication, and then we can maybe think better. Because what I'd hate to have happen is they move forward with a project that may not be as ideal or favorable in the long term, and we certainly don't want to spend money, ripping
Right,
things
that's
out. So
true.
yeah. So is this some of the stuff you're doing from last night? Just some schematics on connectivity for parks and open
Yeah,
space?
so I'm just making an overall summary of the connectivity. Can you show, this
Yeah.
is probably a very low resolution right now. So what I'm showing is maybe let me share a different screen. This one is easier. So I'm just mapping out some opportunity areas for new trails, and this seems to be the trail which everybody is talking about, connecting the north south from the Kmart where the Lemon Street starts, and having it all the
like
way.
up in that area, and then
Mhm.
then down, and then over here. Okay.
Oh yeah. And then having it continue, and so last night I have an interesting idea. I think I had a city attorney, Zach, sitting with us, and also and Charles. So they have some ideas about like continuing this trail all the way through the Penman, and then having a kayak launch, so you can like connect between you can go between Penman and King's. This is King Street, right?
And the Intracoastal Waterway.
Yeah, so you can go all the way by like kayak or
Kings Road.
Yeah, and also so I also mapped out a few areas for past opportunity, maybe for potential area for marsh walk. So they're mostly on the east side. No, west side. Sorry.
Yeah, the west side, exactly. Yeah, towards here, back along.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. I think some of the folks, like up in Atlantic Beach, you have Dutton Island Preserve. You have a couple of places that provide access back to the marsh and the Intracoastal, and they're sort of conspicuously absent in Neptune Beach. So I think those three orange symbols that you have here, where you have some maybe marsh view walks, would be well, I think, appreciated. I think folks are definitely looking for that.
So the location I picked, one is this area where the current public works site are. So I saw that's a owned land, so it might be easier to negotiate. Maybe easier for the process to continue. And then the other area is along this Intercoastal and King Street.
Yeah, the Kings Road Bridge. Yeah, and that bridge is actually I think the bridge completion is supposed to happen sometime end of June, but we have certainly been talking about the opportunity. As they finish that bridge, to put something like that. I think when I saw the design, I was like, it would have been great to have maybe like a 10 or 12 foot, sort of kind of like a pedestrian overlook or something that's attached to the bridge. But if there's some way we can incorporate it at the foot of it, that would actually be as good as well. Because I think a lot of people do spend their time fishing and watching the sunset off of that bridge.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I do hear
Yeah.
people talking about fishing as well. So
Yes. Yeah. That's definitely a big thing. I think too, yeah, glad you do have, I noticed the point, or wait a second here, this little spot right here, which is a good one.
oh yeah, that's also that's kayak launch. So this is
Yeah. And that would be really great. My understanding was a couple years ago, they tried to get some funding to do something there. You got the right of way, but they weren't successful. But I think just programming, a lot of people will just park their car right here on Forest, and then they'll go in and kayak. Another place that might just be kind of interesting. Yeah, it's sort of on the, the Seagate is the Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach line, which is, this corridor here,
Oh yeah, the Seagate.
Yeah, so that's Seagate. Very interesting. Yeah, right in here, that used to be a bridge. So Seagate used to be connected all the way to the ocean, but right now if you go back in here, this is Nightfall Drive. It's turns into some, kind of, there's a little limestone street, and then it just kind of dumps into the water. And there had been some discussion, and likewise, there's a lot of homes here about, is there a way that you could build maybe even just a boardwalk of some sort, or a new bridge that is for pedestrians and bicycles only, that connects, that sort of stitches Seagate here and Seagate there.
Right. So maybe a pedestrian
together.
only.
Again, would not allow cars, but maybe it's just some. Yeah.
Right.
If you it's kind of interesting. If you get into Google Street View, you can sort of see where it kind of it's all wooded, but there is there's an opportunity there to maybe make that sort of a kayak little passive park overlook of Hopkins Creek. So there was a few people that
not
said
so
that.
much like a marsh walk, because it's more the creek is more of a intercoastal waterway.
Yeah.
I do think
it's a little bit
about
wider.
pedestrian bridge here, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I think with maybe some bollards, because I know sort of a way to restore that connectivity, but just for park and open space access. But yeah, no, I think this looks really good. I like this Blue Way concept.
Yeah, so it's also.
I did hear it's the trail that you have, obviously here, the Jarbo to 500 Atlantic trail. That notably Jim Knight from DOT said, if you guys can show that trail's happening, we will permit a full Lemon Street, kind of crossing there for A1A, because that was
sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of a controversy there, because it's like, okay, well, if we know because it's close, it's the proximity of Lemon Street to Atlantic is the signalized intersections. He said it's a little too close to get a full, kind of an RFB or a Hawk signal. But if we were to show that this trail's happening, then he would make that exception, is what DOT said.
So logo of like people walking, that I'm showing like crosswalk improvement. So I just added there. So this can and the third can be a good potential new crossing location.
Yeah,
great.
I think that's
So I'm
definitely.
also showing
but,
like
no, this is good.
crossing location. So I do hear people talk about like on 3rd Street is the only crosswalk we have is the one near the library. So I added one here on which road, Bay Street, and the Lemon. Do you see any other potential area to maybe add to improve the?
Oh yeah, like you mean connections on crossings on 3rd Street?
Yeah,
I know.
other major or Florida or Penman.
Yeah, we got the one. You know, Kings is an interesting one,
Mm-hmm.
which is right here.
Oh yeah.
You know, to like sort of emphasize that because that's how the neighborhood basically gets to the Greenway from the south.
Right.
So we think some sort like a high emphasis crosswalk or some marking that shows, you've got the sidewalk here that gives some safety here. And I think this is a critical cross to get, which is Bay.
Right. That's
Yeah.
great. Okay.
One other thing that I did hear, just so you know, the mayor had sort of talked about this, you know, coming down, it's, you know, to sort of connect through the park, which I think is good. Some sort of, and it could, I don't know if again, it's a bike lane or something, but a connection along this 5th Street corridor right here, which is right there.
Oh yeah. So kind of trail or connection.
I don't know if it's just, yeah, it may just be bike stuff, but it's just, you know, so you kind of know that, you know, the city did install some sidewalk gap here, but the idea was just to make sure that we get something, you know, there was a discussion about how do we connect, you know, this is the middle school, the field, the high school, and 5th Street is really the route that the kids take.
Right. And this is directly connects to the school. All right.
Yeah. And there's some right of way through there. So there's opportunities to do, you know, we talked about like, is there a way to do, you know, even like an 8 or a 10-foot sidewalk connection that goes down 5th Street. So that's just some food for thought.
That's great. Yeah.
But, yeah.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. Mhm.
Yeah.
Now there's a more of a pedestrian network.
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
that. They do mention a lot of people mention about there's not a continuity in terms of the sidewalk. It's like often like
Yeah.
continue at some point and you cannot
Yeah.
walk.
No, and you know the other thing, it's very interesting. This roadway, like there's a possibility where you could eventually get some sort of easement here, and then you get to Jack's Beach. So this 5th Street is almost provides an opportunity to provide, you know, a full connection to parks in Jack's Beach all the way up to Jarbo. So it was often when we looked at it on a map, if you kind of look at an aerial of Jarbo all the way down to Jack's Beach and Sunshine Park, this route becomes kind of an opportunity to do, you know, maybe a multi-use facility or something at some point. So,
So you can see this route just continue all the way down.
yeah, you can see where it continues down into Jack's Beach, and then almost could use 9th Street in Jack's Beach and take you all the way to Sunshine Park, which is the skate park, and you know it's a big regional park in Jack's Beach. It was just sort of a way to make a potential connection, or imagining a connection from there between the two cities.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the Google map. Can you see the Google map that I'm looking at or no?
I can't see it quite yet.
Oh, okay. So maybe I need to. But anyway, I got what you're saying. That's a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
point. Yeah. Mhm.
If you can look in there and almost envision looking at the aerial, how it's sort of 5th Street could become that sort of connective tissue all the way down into Jack's Beach.
Yeah.
So,
Fifth, right. Yeah, great. And also it has a green, I saw on the map, it seems like this area is forested. Is it like is it an easement or is this green space?
there's a little easement here. Yeah, there's it. You know, you come down through Fletcher, and then you have there is this area between that's the Boys and Girls Club and the middle school, and there's a field, and you can there's a little canal, and kind of similar to what you have up there, you know, towards the, you know,
Right.
that runs behind the library, but it kind of it's that same sort of canal. And they've, you know, DOT just did a flood improvement project along that street. And so you take it and you could sort of navigate your way around. You could see how maybe it would be a way to connect down into Jack's Beach. So,
Yeah. So it seems
Yep.
like, but then once it pass 18th Avenue, it seems like
Yeah.
then it's like in between, like it's kind of facing the people's backyard, residential area.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah, so just, you know, some stuff like that, and then, you know, as a potential opportunity, because it goes, yeah, it hits, once it hits, you're right, it hits Seagate, and then it goes through, and then you're right, it kind of navigates, and then you have to sort of, it may be kind of a shared opportunity, but we just thought like at least getting, you know, utilizing the backside of where the Boys
Right.
and Girls Club out in that canal, you might be able to get into some neighborhood.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
there.
that area is definitely
Yeah.
more
Yep.
feasible connection. Great.
Well, awesome. Well, I will I've been kind of dropping in periodically to see what people are doing, and looks good.
Thanks. Yeah, I will continue to work on some renderings showing the trails and along.
Did you happen to be did you hear anything about the arts and culture discussion earlier today? I know that there were some
Yeah,
folks talking about that. Yeah.
I listened in for, it lasted about
Yeah.
an hour. We talked to the artist and
Yeah.
mhm.
Was there some willingness to look at the mural concept there, you know, at the overpass in that area?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. Did it they
that's
meant
good.
like they focused the murals on business,
Well,
but I feel they're all
I'll let you
very
get to it. We'll see you later.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Mhm. You just got back in time. I'm about to end the session.
Hey, I actually took a nap. I've been up since 5 o'clock doing this writing.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I just came to see if anybody was on.
Yeah, I can quickly show you before I hop off.
Sure.
Are you
Did-
able to see my?
Did many people join you?
Yeah, I got a few different people.
Good. I have no idea why I had my audio.
Off last night. Yeah, that's so weird. I was working today.
This afternoon was the first time I had it.
Huh. You just came back.
Yes, just came back. It's confusing to me too.
Did you use a different?
Not that I didn't do anything different. I used my husband's computer, this morning and with Brenda, and then I got cut off right at the very end there. He had to use it for a call, and then I tried with this one later, and it worked. So
maybe you use a different. Sometimes when you have multiple screens, it asks you to choose which audio you want to use from. I wonder, maybe that's what happened. Like they're using.
No idea. I really don't, because it had worked with me up until yesterday, and then it's really frustrating when my husband did come and take a look at it for me. But anyway, okay, it looks like you've got a dream plan there.
Yeah. So I talked to Fred Stones, and he also gave me some comments. So he told me he told me about this. Can you see my mouse?
Yes.
This area, this bridge area on Seagate Avenue. So I added in that kayak launch, and also this maybe potential pedestrian bridge.
Interesting.
Yeah. And also we also talk about maybe having this like canal along 5th Street.
Wow.
That can continue down from.
I think, oh yeah, maybe that's the one that they're digging up now and making into concrete. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah.
I think that may be the one they're doing.
Right, is that the Boys and the Girls Club and in that area?
I just know over there, in fact, that is it, because it goes through the high school. Yeah, they're walling it off. They're digging it out and making it into. They've got some federal money, I guess, and they've scooped it out and turned it into a walled canal. Pretty ugly, actually.
Oh really? Oh, that's a shame.
But I will let you go. I will take a look at these things.
Yeah, great. We will be keep working tomorrow, so we'll be showing different things tomorrow if you want to jump in. So
yeah, do you know about? Have you heard anything about the plans in Jarbo Park? I heard someone mention that last night. I'd like to see about that.
Yeah, I think there's already something planned. There will be more shade trees. I remember there will be parking improvement, etc.
Yeah, it would be nice if we knew what they were planning.
Yeah, I can. I'm pretty sure there's some existing plans, but I can dig into that and maybe show it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Great.
What time tomorrow? During the day you're going to be on, or just?
We'll be on all day from 10 to 4, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then I know the 6 o'clock is the.
6 o'clock is too early.
6 o'clock in the evening, I think, is a roundabout thing or something.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you for talking. Thank you for coming. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye. So you're back with sound. One thing or just did the people just turn it off?